Alright. Weird. Let me refresh this. That looks good. Alrighty then. Alright, let's get this started with. Hello everyone! My name's Gabe and welcome back to more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Today I think I'm going to try and maybe beat the final case of the first game. Tried saying game and case and anyways. Let's just continue. Part 4 of the first investigation. Yeah, 16 April, Windbank's Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now thrust the representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Oi. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What now? You go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Oi, shit! I don't believe it! How the devil did you get that stubborn little rockabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy in here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all now. I'm as fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Would you please? You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter.
Yeah, the storeroom. There's a little door to help us see in there. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank's. Was that there before? Yeah. No.
Alright, well, I'll get him back to business then.
Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
Alright, jeez.
Come then. Let's not waste any time.
Hello, sir. I already talked to you. You say the same thing, I'm assuming? What about you? You seem different. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Shh, keep down.
Oh, sorry.
There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'm stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift.
They really have a tough time, the British police.
That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it?
No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Oh yeah, it's got blood all over it. Ah, look here.
Oh yes, the bullet hole, and I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall.
Judging by what we've seen happen, I'd have to assume this is the bullet that shot Sholmes? Because when we walked in, Sholmes was immediately shot right where we are. So I'd have to assume that this is Sholmes' blood, and this is the bullet that Sholmes got shot by, unless something else happened, unless there's a second bullet hole somewhere. Presumably, Mr. Winbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. I'd hope not, as well as it'd be concerning it only has one bullet in it, according to him.
Oh, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once.
Forget that now, Bruno. Let's examine this bullet.
What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar.
Aha! I maybe will be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno?
I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? It's a gun!
Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. As soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Game over. Oh. Huh. Oh. The color of the bloodstain has changed.
There. Does it make sense now?
Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have blood, different types of blood, you see.
Oh, so we can tell whose blood is whose, based on what the blood color changes, based on what color the blood changes into. Okay. So we just gotta find out whose blood matches this green, which I'd, again, assume is Sholmes.
Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. In a flash.
Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris.
Isn't it? I bet Guinea would say it's bleeding gray.
So whose blood are we looking at then?
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash.
It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it?
1 flash or 2. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must take note of it in the court record.
Blood sample portfolio. Sample blood analyzed with the special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors.
Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure.
So if I look at the court record at this... Unknown. When the main shop color is green. Again, main guess is definitely her, Sholmes. Representation rate. I, the undersigned, agree to the legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regards to the following incident. Defendant, Gina Lestrade. Alleged offense, murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Date of trial, 17th of April, 10 a.m. Attorney-in-law, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's me. And now it's changed. Green blood. Just seems wrong somehow.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. What about the box? Anything inside? This is a strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. What about this thing? I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't we leave it open yesterday, though? Here we are. Though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there.
Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints that you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It'd be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway.
These shells are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yeah, it's really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasure among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runo?
Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. It's very clever.
Jukebox.
That's a music box. Do you have them where you're from, Runo?
Yeah, but I've never really seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen?
I was actually going to be curious if it would play a different melody.
What do you think? Isn't it pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. This child runs everything, apparently. Alright, let me see this. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Winnebake's notes, and... What's this? This is if someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, hey! It's the same photo that, Guinea gave us.
Oh! Look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? No, show us, Susie. Show us.
What do we got? Oh, there's a blood.
15th April, 10:30 p.m. Article deposit, one gentleman's overcoat.
Oh. Wait, what was the one that we have then? I forgot already. What was this one again? One small box. This rank appears to have used this bag of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. It's written very neat, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. So this, it seems it's the same photograph. Yeah, weird. And this one is a gentleman's overcoat. 15th of February. Meanwhile, the other thing is on the 17th. Weird. A gentleman's overcoat, pawned per pound. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think...
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing. Which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Winnebank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand.
Yeah. It's the same photograph as... But this photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently.
Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same one as the one Guinea gave us earlier.
Of course! I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
What are you waiting for then, Mr. Aho? Get out.
Alright. Let the cog's turn. And if you do the cross-eyed thing, it's... Yep, turns 3D if you do the cross-eyed thing.
Yes, they're exactly the same.
So does he just have a bunch of these cat pictures then?
I got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know?
Yes! We need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Well, first I'm going to examine more. And re-examine. A ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me.
Yeah. But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his case. There's the door back there.
Behind that door is a storeroom, isn't it? That's where what Gregsy said.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through that little window in the door. Mr. Windibank face down on the floor with Gino beside him.
As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation.
Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them.
Hold on. Did we ever get that other photo in the court record? No. Because I wanted to examine that bloodstain. I probably have to talk to Iris for that, though. Alright. Speaking of talk to Iris, let's do it. Photographs. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now.
It looks like this cat's facing, like, ever so slightly to the left. At least in my opinion, it does.
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle, though.
What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they are a set, you see.
No, I don't.
The pair of photographs. It's meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently?
Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Shom shows us yesterday.
Box?
You see? There it is, just over there.
Ah, yeah, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
Do you know a pair of flat photographic prints can do you know that how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. And I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on the investigating scene.
I, for one, simply have to know.
Alright.
Have you even ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just opened them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
2 eyes? Shocking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. In your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Huh. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
Sorry. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see the depth in these prints.
Yes, Bruno. You're beginning to understand it.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that.
Yes, but As long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain. You can actually do it by yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really? You just cross your eyes.
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susawa-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes. I think I can.
Watch me, and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. You ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo.
The trick...
Is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when 2 people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print, and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see 2 overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose.
Did the print split in 2 images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together. Until... they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it worked! I can see it in the middle now. Looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day.
Maybe don't. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes.
Yep, I can do it.
Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the 2 images overlap exactly in the middle.
Like, this is it.
There, you managed it. Now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo?
They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Then set the pair of photographs in the stand and back, and then...
It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopic images are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households out in the capital currently.
But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
Stereoscopic pictures, huh? Never even heard of them until yesterday. You certainly learn a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I feel as though I have another print just like this one, yeah. Alright. Now that I got this print. This bloodstain.
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I've noticed.
Red smear, you mean?
Yeah. It looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susawa-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need ours.
we should show this to her before we forget. There we go. There's what looks like a bloody finger mark on it. Alright. Iris, could you take a look at this? And spray it with your gun?
That looks like blood.
We need your gun. I would say it's from the glove finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me.
Thank you, child. Shoot! So this blood is... purple. Look at that.
Yes, that's the color we haven't seen before, isn't it?
Alright.
We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, this particular stand of blood...
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
Characters wearing gloves. Leather gloves. There's one person I might have an idea of. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy's the killer. In fact, I'd be willing to bet on it, considering how involved he was at the beginning. I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Oh, wait, whose blood? Not from the color turn, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Reno. Who do you think it belongs to?
Oh, it might be, I think it's either Thrice-Fired Masons or Pop Windobanks, but I don't think it's Pop Windobank. I think it's Thrice-Fired Mason because the time when the whole, coat incident happened, Gina would have had a hand, like, I don't know. I think it's Thrice-Fired Masons. Thrice-Fired Mason?
You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that his blood stain was left in the ticket 2 months ago.
Yeah, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windobanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that this bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Exactly.
Now I ask you to say, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
It certainly does look like a leather gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, so automatically that puts him out. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well, let's make a note of this.
The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's, so any purple blood will be seen as thrice-fired's. Wrong thing, wrong thing to check. Yeah, thrice-fired Mason. So if you see any more purple blood, then I think that's concerning, because, well, if we had Magnus McGilded's gloves, then we could actually tell. But I assume Magnus McGilded had his gloves on while he was in trial, or at least I'm going to assume he did. In which case, they probably would have been burned up with him in the omnibus. Meaning there's nothing to check anymore, to confirm. Is there anything else of note to check here? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Alright. Winnebank's storeroom. If there's blood in here, then we can immediately identify... Like, yeah, thank you. Alright. Yeah, a lot to check. Oh. Anyways, more to what I was more worried about. Didn't they say there was a chest in here? I don't know if that's a chest, but didn't they say that Iris's manuscript was put into a chest and was locked away in here, and now there's an open chest right here? I don't like the implications here. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winnebank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
As well as you can literally see the position he was in and his blood. Hi. Bye. Wait, Inspector.
What was it now, Sunshine?
You took one look at me and tried to run away.
You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? I just... well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old little girl. Good to know.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Just reassure her. Everything will be alright.
Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
You need to work on this. I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get on my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say.
Oh, Hurley.
And inquire into how Mr. Shum's operation is going. Endless fish and chips. Sounds pretty nice, honestly. Look at all these articles that have been deposited here. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outlined on the floor and the policemen shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, Sunshine.
I'm worried about this. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris?
That's the box file that my manuscript's being kept in. Oh.
Yeah, I thought so. Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this...
Sorry, Ice, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box. At once. Yes.
Anything?
Ah. It was there. Her story was there.
Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course, I believed Hurley when he said he deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. A long unpublished story that Mr. Shum's deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Winnebank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Hound of the Baskervilles, eh? The Hound of the Baskervilles? How did Susaw-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me.
I'm so sorry.
Well, there's nothing really weird about it, it's just the story itself. Well, at least it's okay, I guess. There's the pistol. This is a revolver, a real one.
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint.
What I want to know is how many, has it been shot once? And is there any shot sign in this room that 2 bullets have been fired? If there's any sign at all that 2 separate bullets have been fired, then I think that creates something of an interesting conundrum, because this revolver is supposed to only have 1 bullet in it. That's what Windibank said. He only left 1 bullet in the chamber so that the only person that would get hurt by it was... Let's leave it at that. Anyways, the point is, it wouldn't make sense if there's 2 bullet holes in this room.
Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? I should have to take my own life! It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, she did have the pistol in her hand. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. She didn't do herself any favor taking the gun. This creates very much a big problem. Why would she have had his gun? Maybe she was trying to protect herself, and she stole the gun in order to do so? I don't know.
Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet load in this revolver, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. So far we know of 2 bullets being shot in this room. There's the 1 bullet that got shot into the calendar, which I still think is probably the blood from that is still Sholmes. Then there's this one, which is... I don't know if it was fired into Mr. Windibank's body, but... The question is there a 3rd shot? The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk outline.
Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely he would have died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood then.
Oh! I don't like to ask it at such a wretched time, but Iris, but I wonder if perhaps...
Hold on.
Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Reveal your colors. This is... blue.
So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Windibank's blood.
Alright.
And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway.
3 samples of blood analyzed. We know of one for thrice-fired Masons, 1 for Pop Windibanks, and we don't know who this is, but again, I'm adamant that that's gotta be Sholmes. Shoot, you know what I just realized? I wish we still had that disc. The one that Egbert Benedict cut his hand on. Because then we could see what his color blood is. But no, we don't have that, unfortunately. Iris?
Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely.
Alright, converse. Scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of this crime scene here?
Sure, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand here?
So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door of the store was found locked from the inside.
So it's locked from the inside. Huh.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh,
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
are you talking about Guinea? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Mrs. Strade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yeah, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In the pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom? She probably took that off Windbank as well. The question is, why did she have his pistol?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector.
Correct. All of which leaves a ladyship, friend. In something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, in my personal opinion, there's also some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. What about Shums? How's he doing?
Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't miss your worst, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Shums is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it.
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body anesthetized? Whole body anesthetized. Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for the tooth extraction.
The trouble is, lacing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work first, so it took hours for them to nod off, or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again.
Hurley...
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Shums has to do things his way. Pretty much goes at his own pace. Anything that I can show you. What was this?
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of Baskervilles.
A most fascinating tale, your ladyship. Fascinating. I don't suppose, would there be any mention of my humble self in this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await publication with eager anticipation.
Don't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, it won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? What with this blood stuff? Anything? Inspector Gregson? Nope. What about the hospital? Nope. How about the prison? Gina? Gina doesn't appear to be here.
I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Guinea could have slipped through the key through the JIT from the jailer when he wasn't looking to escape. Oh my.
Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course.
Oh. Ugh, you have me worried to hear. I thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words, Carrie. Oh dear. I'm sorry. I suppose a little light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes. Come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie.
Well, that's unfortunate. What about, I don't know, Baker Street? Hello, sir. There's still Scotland Yard carriage outside of Winnibanks.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home.
Poor Iris. She's very upset by all this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more.
This is your fault, Runo. So please, don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. Alright, I don't think there's anything here. There's nothing else I can talk to you about. Is there anything else here I haven't examined? Anything at all. Does not appear as though. What about... Oh. Tom. What about this ticket? Not that. How about this ticket? Nope.
Nope, Sunshine. I just want to drink all the...
Oh. If you're not gonna say anything about that one, I don't think you're gonna say anything. Actually, you might say something about this. Box? Inspector, what do you make of this?
Oh, we have it here then. Redemption taken for an article deposit here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of the office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was on.
Yeah.
This was the ticket that for Mr. McGillicuddy's overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to...
Runo's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Oh, of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never did it. Oh, did you, your ladyship? Oh, what's all this about then, if I may be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second ticket? Second one?
It seems that Mr. McGilden in fact had another article in storage here at Window Inks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruto.
Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. The second redemption ticket. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilden's overcoat.
Eh? You mean to tell me?
Yeah, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to yard and examine it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank.
Yeah, I could see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please don't look at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of open expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yeah, the shelves are in front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh,
There are dozens of little boxes out there. 100, even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGillicud's. That information's not written in the ledger. Ugh.
well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible, I'm sure.
This is getting old.
I jumped out of my skin there. How did Mr. Windibank set up such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set that out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina a visit soon.
Oh?
Her trial's tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Uno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that?
Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Oh. Miss Lestrade. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Eh.
The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Guinea? Was it awful? Didn't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibank's.
Oh, right. Don't say you want to know how we got on. We've been ever so busy.
What's the point in asking? I won't change what everyone's saying. That I did it.
That's not...
Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision.
Eh? What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit this paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruto to represent you.
I see.
She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what it feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear.
Alright then, blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who's done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime.
And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the thing and thrust it in Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. So, it all comes back down to this, don't it? We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, the manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night.
Eh?
You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened? Please.
We already have the representation papers and other documents we needed.
All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow.
Nah, don't bother. Kenny,
Rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called.
you still ain't fancy enough to have a bin.
So, what will you do in court tomorrow?
I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen.
This is one stubborn pickpocket.
Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What?
So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No. Kenny, could you? Oh, wait, no, hang on. Of course I won't get sell it. All I want to do is find out if the manuscript or whatever it's called, or it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was there in the first place.
For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We know why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Kenny. I just knew it. Well,
When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before.
grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, the law of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that owl scribble ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth or sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Iris. How so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris, and not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's law ain't like mine. She got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy?
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Guinea. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense here. I don't trust no one, alright? I say I'll work, because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa.
Wait a minute, what's on your sleeves? I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Gina, look at this. Those stains on those sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know it's blood yet.
What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be blood that splattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night.
Let's not be around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Ars.
What?
Don't move, Guinea. I'm gonna shoot.
Incoming! Oh. Purple.
Oh.
This was Magnus McGilded's coat. And purple matches up with Thrice-Fired Mason.
Oh my.
What the? Forget the sleeves. Whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now.
And the blood reacted with the chemical to turn purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes, it was brickmaker Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it.
What are you all about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes it quite clear. It means that the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oh, will someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half the story.
We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGillet's overcoat.
When the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
No excuse, what good odds so when it rushed able a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worried about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No.
No. If that was what really had happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat.
The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run away from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in the case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all the twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen?
Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilda was innocent?
I believed... Rather... I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
Listen, Rinosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina?
Oh, sounds like this Empire of Japan come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter.
Yeah. I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabbing you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get up by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd like to just make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? I'm like Tom to have to say it. Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure? That's what you want? I bet that's why you want now and all now, Mr. I'm a Believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruto?
A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
Eh? I have baked!
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Miss Naruto. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget it. I pulled the wool over guys 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it.
Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize.
What do you mean?
The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side.
Oh, what do you expect me to say to that?
It's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like.
You Eastern Lauder. I don't know what you are. I don't get you.
Well, at least we can defend you. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think.
Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is a height of cowardice.
Mr. Sato.
Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before.
What? Blame your shop, eh?
Blimey, your shop, eh?
Hey,
I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Not the art stealth I heard so much about.
if anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Crexy!
Oh, dear me, I must have startled your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That is all. No, nothing at all. Nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye.
That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with the sharpest, so Lord Strongheart will... well...
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
Nothing fucking I said anything! Anyway, I'm off. Nothing fucking I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
I read the same thing again for some reason. I was looking at the Twitch OBS thing and it repeated the same thing, and for some reason I thought he said the same thing again. Whoops.
I'm crazy.
Alright, Gregsy. But if you have to, let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Crexy's so funny. He always says such funny, silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
Whoop. Whoop. And so our investigation came to an end. Is this your first playthrough? It's not the first, but it's been a while since I've played, so... Oh, I wanted to play it again because it's an experience if I remember, or that I definitely remember it's good. But it's been a while since I played, so... Yeah. Yeah, also, welcome to chat, the stream as well. And so, our investigation came to an end. Susawa-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense. Just got done playing it for the first time, very fun. That's good. For defense, and then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susawa-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. It's April, 11/13, Naruhodo, Legal Consultancy.
Hi! Naruhodo-san. It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
What about you, Susawa-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All in the back of the news that her father had fallen ill, and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words.
Yeah, there's been a lot happening to you.
I wonder why it is. So many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task. What you gotta say?
It's just 2 months now since we've arrived in London. But we've managed to establish this office. It's finally feeling as though we were settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susao-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruto-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry? What?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
What? Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial. It'll be fine. Yeah, I know, but
Every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
well, I can try. So what's your last task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What's that? Some huge bundle of documents.
It's my notes. From the case 2 months ago.
Oh. Very handy.
The murder that was committed on the omnibus.
The McGilded case.
It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied with that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
Very handy. With everything else she's had to think about. Susao-san still managed to do this. And all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that I will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Susao-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
What are you talking about? Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
You've literally been nothing but help, but okay. The McGillard case notes. Notes collated by Miss Susano about the McGillard case that we worked on 2 months ago.
Well, it's getting rather late.
I want to take a quick look at these, just to... Omnibus murder case summary. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim, Mason Milverton. Oh. They actually never said his name Milverton, I don't think. They only said thrice-fired Mason. At least I think they did. Occupation brickmaker, domicile East End of London. Trial summary. Defendant Magnus McGilded. Prosecution was Lord Beric von Zykes. Defense attorney me. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. And now we know the truth that he was, yeah, the killer.
I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room.
Susasan,
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
Wait. There's something I need to say. Wait, no! What was that?
A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown.
Shutdown?
Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears.
No. Oh. What did you do? Susao-san. Well, it truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. And sleepy. Well, now we're finally gonna start the case after part 4. My goodness, or at least I assume? Oh wait. St. Sinner's Hospital. Huh. Yes, I understand. I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. What do you think of the game so far? It's fantastic. I just always love I played the trilogy before this one, and then I just remembered how good Ace Attorney is, so I always love these things. Also, hi Jones. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Jones. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. Well, at least you're okay, Sholmes. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Well, at least Sholmes is up and at him. Alright, time to start the trial. Oh. Alright. So, let's see. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Two policemen! Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend, then?
I swear, if you pull out the gun, please, don't pull out the gun. Sorry?
You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, however you say it. I don't know.
Ah, Mrs. Sato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You're alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off.
It's fine. It's not as though Mr. Saw and I won't meet again. One day. Yeah. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Cat, are you allowed to bring that here? The cat?
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Honest, what are you doing here? Are you allowed to bring the cat into court? I mean, they didn't allow us to bring him on... They didn't allow pets on the boat, so... Maybe courts are more easygoing than boats, I don't know.
What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Cute cat. Bye.
Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty.
I have a nose around. What arm can it do?
You can probably knock over that vase right there.
That reminds me, I brought paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on the way back to the port.
Gosh. Yeah.
Alright then, what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon.
Why is the news about rain?
So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really.
If only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial's made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? Oh, you like that? But let them say what they want. See if I care.
I can't, because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged divers, dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yeah. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
Well, I guess I can see it, yeah. It's like she was still here. Today's paper. This morning paper, purchased by Iris. Gina's case features prominently. That's strange. Why of all things to get that?
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can.
How comes the game gave this to me? That seems curious.
Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Right?
Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps.
Protects planet.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great.
What's on the back here?
There's a sensational story lowered down on the front page as well. Look.
It's hard to tell because it's upside down.
Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. But how would someone be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Interesting. Well, with how important they've been making it sound, it's gotta be related.
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I got a rocket launcher. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
Will you even be A, will you be allowed because you're a child, and B, will you be allowed because you have a rocket launcher? Although, considering the series, I'd be surprised if you weren't allowed at this rate. They let anything happen in the courtroom, it feels like. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yeah, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. They fix him up, right? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked for a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
No Susanna's son and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. Prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial's about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yeah, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
Alrighty. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Alright, Reaper. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial to determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that led to this erratic behavior? Well, considering it's probably all against me, it's probably because of me. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past. You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of a person I cannot abide. First, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yeah, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I would have never defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hours. In other words, the confidence and tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Bruno.
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? I don't even know you. That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Wait a second. And squeaky chair. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? I'm sorry, but 4 of these people have been here before. You were in the last case, you were... not in the last case, but you were in the 3rd case. You were in the last case, and you were in the 3rd case. Only you and you are different, and I'm pretty sure I remember you from the 2nd case. Villain Borshvik or something like that? Nice mouse. Anyways, selected at random, yeah, alright.
Former Lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscoping in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it.
Why are you the only guy here who's new?
I don't understand it. I kind of left you in there. It's not possible. But could I have...
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly, it's just... I'm fairly certain I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
They don't do a very good job of choosing at random. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
Can't get comfy and the chair keeps squeaking.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder.
Okay.
The victim, Mr. Pop Winderbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed. The court accepts. Hand them over to the bailiff, please.
The autopsy report has been entered. A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. From the back, okay. Photograph of the victim found murdered in storeroom shows a single bullet wound in the man's back.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident took place. The proprietor was found in a storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. The door to the main shop was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winderbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, this is already going well. That's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are you jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell.
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I need a drink. My learned niece, friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to the establishing of the truth.
Why are you looking out smug there? This is not going good for us right now.
Cole will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Comes to the bails, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord.
Plan of Winnebank's pawnbrokery, the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. Okay. And Winnebank's gun. Gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Winnebank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. Correct. Alright, let me take a look at the gun first. What about the chamber? This is Mr. Winnebank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Winnebank always used this to keep this gun's hand on his shop counter.
Yeah, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Can't exactly say anything particularly weird about it. No, it doesn't look like anything is weird. What about the map? The center. Can't read that. And then the autopsy report. Autopsy report. Dr. Stevens, detailed victims. Pop Windebank, occupation pawnbroker at Baker Street. Time of death, 16th of April, 1 o'clock to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party is me. Post-mortem findings. Single bullet found in upper half of victim's body, or back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings. Instant death from a posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Strange.
I feel like the moon here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has. Oh great, here we go already.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winnebank on 16th of April this year.
Pear and an apple. and fish and chips, okay.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nat Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, Jameson. Vice Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We want their call. That's right, Skulkin brothers.
What are you looking at me for?
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. God blimey, let's go. Don't you know what you're going through? What we're going through?
It's all a brother. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouting every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night, we come across you. The very spirit of the blue. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash. He is. The very spit of him.
So we just had there and then what was he gonna do? He was gonna call you.
Fruit.
Big bruv sulky.
Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three?
No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't let me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize its pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. They also shot Sholmes, so... At least I'm pretty sure they did, judging by the shadow. He has a box! Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not yet the subject of the day's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain on the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy out. Happy out. Cause the Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it. Leave me alone.
Alright, what do you 2 guys say? Illegal entry.
We was walking down Big Street in a small house, and the gaff's door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign, made for us to go in, it was.
Was we outside? God blimey, lovey. We heard a gunshot from the back room.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
That's a lie. Who shot Sholmes then? A terrible coincidence, it would seem. And at the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes.
What's the matter, Reno?
Sorry, I was just stunned into the silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Alright. Let's see what all's here. First I'm going to save though, because always gotta save. Alright, good there. Walk down Big Street. Ah, wrong button. Press.
Hold it!
The front door of the window banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this?
Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo?
Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky?
How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, there was pitch black inside, that's true. Ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, you old mucker?
Leave me alone.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, had already had the muzzle of the gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
This is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened.
was like some kind of sign begging for us to go, and it was.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash. They do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim. I'm dead sure of that.
It weren't, Nash. It weren't. Like we said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, again tonight, it lost a bloke what looks just like our bruv.
I said cut it out.
Gregson does not want to be here. Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside... A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yup, just the one, Governor. I can swear that.
It was, Nash. It was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm he used belongs to the victim himself.
Overzealous, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the stream. Aim as well. Continue to enjoy.
Firearm used belongs to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windwink always used to leave his gun lying around the counter.
That's dangerous. Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolvers completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windwink always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with a considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the courts that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. I'm in trouble. Alright, love this statement. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help? Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door. That is that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning. How much to see by?
And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo.
Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans will respond in one of two ways to hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are one of the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend. It would seem is of the former. Alright. Somehow, I just proved that I was coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing. This is just a straight up lie because of Sholmes, but... You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam as soon as, wasn't it? Weren't it?
It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out for Lucy Lockett.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving neighbors we are, not bludgers.
We are, Nash. We are. Never even pulled me dukes out. Me Lucy Lockett.
So you'd clearly like us to believe...
Come again.
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Blimey, Governor!
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
Hi there.
It was.
I'm bleeding Nora.
Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when we searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows sign of a shot having been fired from it.
Oh.
The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel.
Well, that's handy.
The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
The Skulkenbar's gun. A firearm found in possession of the Skulkenbars upon their arrest. There are signs of that a single round was fired. Unfortunately, just the one. Drink time.
Now, my learned Nepalese friend,
Look at the gun. No. Is there anything weird about this gun? So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yeah, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything different about this gun. I don't think so, at the very least.
now my learned Nepalese friend,
Yes?
here's to your successful presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Why am I the one proving it? Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom are not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence proves that the Windibank... Okay,
First off, save. I think I know what it's asking for. It's the one photo of a... It would have to be this photo, I'd assume.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
what on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job that they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nepalese of you. Well, anyway. We analyzed that blood sample, all the blood samples we found, and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more darling then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
It would be this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain.
Whoops, wrong button. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it... Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet's still lodged in there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The the incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night.
Ah!
Order! How's the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
I need a drink. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the streets.
Eh? Don't take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
We've had a deal! You are gonna get into them details. Tell them, Skull Sulky, send them blood straight!
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nepalese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it.
What? That's it. We have nothing to do with it.
We did, Nash, we did. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget, attempted murder. Quite catalog, eh, fellas?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let's take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized is the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Who says?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30. 9. 9:30. As Cole observed, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Yeah.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Where's the second? If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Okay. So this is the one we were just seeing from, and then there's one that shows this whole section over here, I guess.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
As we have fetch talk, eh, bruv?
They loves a skull. speaking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Eh, must have been just after 1. Right, bruv?
Must have been Dash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. Hi, ST, how's it going? What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Oh dear.
Good lord.
That's problematic.
It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade.
This is problematic. As the court can clearly see. The accuser's pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. Yeah, this is getting bad to worse. Nothing here is broken at the time.
I don't believe it. Guinea.
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Winterbank. I say, my lord. Ah. Here we go again, isn't it?
Well, if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a valley bullet to the knee in the Battle of Mywin, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but we're forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what does that do to your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all, and all for one.
Here we go. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, haven't they? Have they? Is that what we have to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a matter of speaking, yes. This is the Garrett Squadron's position, sir.
What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment here!
Start report for the court, men. On the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. In all honesty, I can't actually remember.
He is somewhere else. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Not your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
We're in trouble.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Wait a minute.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Hold on. Stream just took a dive in quality for some reason. Shoot, why does it do this all the time? Shoot, I don't even know what it is that causes this strange dive in quality at all times. Is there anything I can turn off? Let me try doing this real quick. Maybe if I turn off a couple other things, it might work. That... maybe that'll work. Apologies, I have to figure this out real quick. Ah, whoa! Whoops. I'm very sorry about this again. Shoot. Sh- it's... I think it's trying to go back. It's fine now. Let me see. Whoa! It just went down to 0 for a split second. Shoot. Ow. Just keep hitting my head on my mic. Dang it, why is it staying low? Is there anything... I'm trying to think. I'm really sorry about this. I think it's starting to try and go back. Maybe. Maybe not, because it's going... Wait. Wait. It was good for a second there. Wait, here we go. Here we go. I think it's getting better again. I think it's better now. Hold on, let me try. Let me just try seeing how this looks here. It was working for a split second, and then it... Well... Ah, shoot. Let me reset this here. Maybe this... Refresh that. And I think it's trying to stabilize right now. Keeps going up and down. I think it's better now. Okay. Okay, I think it's good now. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. Alright, it seems to have stabilized for the moment. Seems to always like to happen every stream, but... Weird part is I don't even know a single cause for it, but... Anyways, hopefully it's better now. Again, apologies for that. Alright, let's get back into it now that it seems to be running a bit better now.
It does appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Kenny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wished to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well. The court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately to the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on which grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Alright, yeah, I think it's more or less stabilized now. Alright. Time for summation examination time. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
Well, the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at the young pickpocketing.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I had left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
In motherland we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Well, this is an interesting jury.
The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention his sprint. Take it from a chap who's seen the action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the body trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think I have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means that there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Alright. Fight the jury. Or make the jury fight themselves. The defense's rebuttal. Immediately gotta save. Always saved. In fear. Okay, it definitely seems like it's all fixed up now. Sorry about that earlier. Alright, all the evidence clearly points to finger of guilt as young pocketeen.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gardeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Oh, you're the lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, a rather turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to get not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. Curse to get in the house was to talk to town after that business. I just moved out, and I couldn't get about his show to take up the tenancies.
Oh,
Haven't had heard hard to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. Not for us, that's certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. What? House may I like to see all failty. Alright.
Hold it!
Explain more. Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. Or at least we'd have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazines in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes. A maid.
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail. It was 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it might be an idea to get our facts straight. Anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
Oh, wait.
Those brothers are scum of the earth. They should swing for...
They should swing. Okay, let's move on from juror number 2.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic prints normally...
It looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
Hold it.
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in the stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Oh, how'd you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity.
Of course.
Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world's ever seen.
If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Why are you back here and why are you a doctor all of a sudden? Sir. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
Stereoscope? It's like a... It's hard to explain, but it's like you can take two images and like... I think it might explain it again, but... how do I explain it? It's like you look at two images, they're like slightly different, but it's like cross them together and it like makes it look like it's 3D or something. Something along those lines. A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Sir, did you leave the scalpel in the patient? What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly?
I just Viewmaster does. Yeah, it's like a view thing, yeah.
Of course I wouldn't.
Please do not leave something like that inside someone.
So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. As sure as it can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. Mind made up. Stop. Global. What are you doing?
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid up along ocean beds connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You're a well-informed young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmissions future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly
Toys? Hey, really? Juror number 3?
Excuse me!
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes. Best in radio waves and get rich. Yeah,
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
what a great way to appease a man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate.
What's their possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope,
What's thought they've been innovative besties? Well, all it took was one little thing for five to say to really annoy 3.
it'll reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before.
What?
Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Can we look at the one with Gina, I think, maybe? Let's see. How about this print here? It should do the trick. Yeah, let's try this one.
Take that!
Alright then. Juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
I don't have another print. Well, this was fruitful. Use this!
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print?
Oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works?
Bruno,
What?
you need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right.
Oh. Oh, yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph.
No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints.
Thanks for the friendly explanation.
Well, if we obtain another print some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then.
I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel?
Very well then. Ah, whoops, wrong button. I want to see juror number 6.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Villain Bolshevik. Yeah, that's right. That's you. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal.
Stereoscope become more of a toy. Yeah. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out.
People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
I think you're looking at the wrong response to give. Right. That didn't sound staged at all.
He'll forgive me for having my doubts.
To be treated like vicious criminal at all time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look.
The Skulkin brothers?
Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they had done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say.
The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Doesn't look nefarious aside for a slow pet. Yeah. Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Bruno?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes. It's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew.
Good question. I don't know. Can't change more. Trial will be over. Gaming would never shoot. So which of these two seem very conflictory? Gil the pickpocket. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I see one. Juror number 2 says these brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. What's revolutionary? It's kind of like, I'm bad at explaining things, but it's like someone wants to like overthrow things and like change them or something like that. Probably a really bad description, but anyways, the brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. In Motherland, we say we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent.
Objection!
Let's clear this up. Those two statements are clearly contradicting each other.
Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement, contradictory.
Contradict, C-O-N.
Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
I do not have a stick. I have mouse.
Yes, you do. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shums in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear.
Abdomen, A-B-D.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear.
Forgive me. I do not hear. Here's word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on jury again?
So, you are telling me these...
It's like a nice fact. Eh, not.
You are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative.
Yes! That's exactly right.
Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. I will squeeze my mouth. How's the mouse still alive?
Leave my jog may be more effective. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Then I wonder why the whole cheese thing started. Maybe someone just found it. Maybe it just started by someone who thought maybe one, I don't know. Interesting how it's turned out that way then. That's interesting though. Tend to prefer foods and higher in carbohydrates. That's interesting. Also, how's your mouse still alive, sir? Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. It's true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough. I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be...
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Ah,
If you compare the prints that picture are skinny and the next print from the half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
the only thing I can see that's changed is this light is broken. That does seem to be a case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in this second print.
So, the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good!
You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it very important to continue with trial.
Well, thanks. That's one down. 3 to go.
Yay. Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene after the murder had taken place. I think got popular because Cheeseville back in the day we left out. Easy. Oh. Interesting. So it's... okay. That's why it was started that way. That's interesting. Now that I have these two prints, I want to, first off,
Hold it!
sir, can it really show up new clues?
Don't know unless you try.
Alright. This print,
Take that!
mouse is adorable as his head falls the bucket. Yeah, I love that. It's just kind of copying his motions. Any two prints. This print and that print.
Take that!
Alright. These two prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question.
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle?
Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and the right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly. It's a small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then?
Oh no, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene in three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see. Ah, you think that I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley Cameroon. Go on.
Alright.
You see that there's a really obvious difference between them.
So the most obvious difference is again just that one right there. Obviously there's the 2 people missing. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Again, it's the main thing I can tell is that the light's broken. Wait.
Did you manage to see it properly, Bruno?
I'm gonna save just in case, but I hope it's the light, or else... I don't know. It might be something even smaller. Yeah, I saw it. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of, they jump out at you. Of course, everyone's looking cross-eyed except Zeke's, who's just, I got the device here to do it for me.
Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes.
Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why deuce did some of the things I cast seem to jump out of you like that,
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, it'll answer your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope?
As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that let you see the pictures 3-dimensionally.
In other words, even though at first glance it seems that the objects on the camera haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been slight shift in their positions. Oh! So that means everything in this room is seemingly, like, slightly different for some reason. Oh, of course! If everything was just left untouched, it wouldn't look like it's popping out at you. Everything was moved ever so slightly then. Okay.
Yes, there must have been.
Oh, we'll fight this, got a reasonable grasp this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the 2 brains exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I have the first idea.
You know, Bruno, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. The position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means?
That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Sucus!
Someone tampered?
New information.
Stop. Not mentioned in the testimony so far. Stop. Yeah. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that items on the countertop were moved. But by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. If I had to take a guess, it'd have to be the brothers, wouldn't it? because
Take that!
they're ones discovering everything. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrasebook says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winnebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestradia's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkenbars have admitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
What? Okay, sir, you don't have to smash your head. 2 down.
Can you all see now?
I think you'll find stereoscopes on playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand.
3. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Let's purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Stop. 4. Trial continues.
Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to a conclusion with the balance altered in defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. Fold-up device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions simply by looking through the eyepieces.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
Why use a fire to hazard? Fire to vote, major hazard. But it's cooler. Ooh, I just about pulled something. But it's cooler. It's cooler than anything else. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Let's continue. On to part 2. I imagine this is probably going to have 4 parts considering the investigation itself had 4 parts.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
You two got some explaining to do, and I still don't know why you bother with... Well, actually, no, you have to keep them on the stand, I guess.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination?
Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
God blimey!
This is going to be hard work.
Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks.
Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it?
It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy Lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers.
God blimey!
On the 9 question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort.
How do you figure that out?
Thanks, Ringo.
You will now give me formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the 9 question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes through your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. That, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
I thought, worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear you.
We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Character from Home Alone.
I never watched Home Alone, but for some reason, no. I think I've seen enough. I think I know what you're talking about for some reason, actually. I've never seen the movie itself, though. But I think I've seen enough clips of it here and there to know what you're talking about. Alright, you two. And 3, I guess, technically. Illegal entry, the whole truth.
All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Baseball jump and all the stuff went flying.
Sorry, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking they should have come out the door and get us next.
We struck everything back when we found it and scampered. Strained him into him in the back, black.
We gonna have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibake's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah.
You have angered Van Zeeks.
Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Kind of makes it sound a bit more cutthroat.
It can't be just coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it.
Classic and watch out. I've definitely heard good things about that movie. Okay. Thing is, I've usually, in general, just not been a big movie watcher. It's not that I dislike movies. It's more of a... I have trouble sitting through a whole movie doing nothing, usually. Yeah. Kind of lose attention, but... Not saying movies are bad, because movies are obviously good. It's just... hard for me to stay on attention of it without doing anything. Maybe I'll have to give it a shot sometime, though. Alright, let's see what we can get out of these brothers. We did knock a few things over.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we?
We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good.
Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Land yourself in even more trouble.
That's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing.
Right, Nash, right. More like we tied the place up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Hold it!
so what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter.
Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? That bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on.
Look, it was loud, all right. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang.
Big brother here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
I got tangled up in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame, but knocked them scales on the floor.
You've really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket. My granny would have been scared back into her grave at a cloud like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some. I mean, it was quite right in the mouth and then also sudden bam.
Inspector? Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
Is that... no? Something to add to their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I won't even bother mentioning it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you know little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave told a slightly different story to what we're saying now.
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something before the gunshot.
Might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it.
Okay.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy.
We'll get it right this time.
That's it. Yep. It's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you miraculously return to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are. Go.
Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Wait. Wait, what? Wait. Give me that gun? Something doesn't make sense here anymore. Give me that gun. I guess it's safe to assume that this is referring to Gina. But if that's the case, if that's referring to Gina, then this photo doesn't make sense. They apparently went after them.
Objection!
Oh, never mind. Whatever.
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
We did, Guff. We did.
Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of swaveling voice before the yelling and all.
Yeah, if you don't want to get shot. Give me that gun! Kind of like that.
Wait, were you guys recreating the crime scene? Wait. If they're recreating the crime scene, something else... Wait a minute. Bullet wound from the back.
God.
A career in acting, tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
course we could. From the other side, that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom? Where the victim was found dead?
And the voice you heard, was that the victim, Mr. Winterbank?
It was on me granny's life, course it was.
On his granny's life, of course it was.
So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice.
So that would mean what?
Come on, Nash, what? Any ideas?
Yes, Constable, indeed it would. Why would you guys know him then?
No. We didn't know the geezer.
How am I supposed to die when that bloke and all the fancy club is giving us the evil eye?
Zeeks is just very upset with these guys.
If you value your lives, you ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
Oh, it'll be Granny's life, it is.
On his granny's life, it must be. It is a good job his granny's dead. No, hold up.
To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget we tied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it.
The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so... wait, what?
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, that was a sight, eh? Two of them waving in them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. Now, I mean, just before I shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot.
He didn't have a gun, though.
It didn't really sound like like he meant it, mine. More of an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person who was going to shoot beat him do it. Cooked his goose proper.
Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot.
It was more or less the same time, Guff. Give me that gun. Bam.
Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting a desk. Before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slapdash job tying the place up.
Maybe this is the one in... Bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead.
Objection!
He wasn't holding a gun. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's right. That's it, Gub. You got the picture.
Yes, Nash, yes. No question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Ah,
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Ah, that's right.
You're right, Nash. You're right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence.
Ugh.
Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
A skulkin's never skulking.
Let's repress this. Or did I repress the statement? So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life.
It went deadly quiet after that, it did. But it went right up to me. But anyway, the door's locked, wasn't it? No way to us opening.
Yeah, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside.
Right, we had no way of knowing what was going on there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps.
Don't ring no bells, no light no lights.
We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that.
Less than cutting our teeth in this game, see? One day. We'll really cut the mustard.
Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door is the victim's lifeless body and the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Jean was there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov. That's right.
Go now that we want to.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
We was a bit hasty there.
We was nuts. We was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
And if you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss. Good advice.
You'll be old and me mine went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note made, miss.
After that, we left it down the street, but... Well, we would look dodgy to Copper's Summit, so they clapped the derbies on us and like winking.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
But listen, that brother done it.
We never had the chance.
Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, 'cause it's true, innit?
The place was totally empty when we went in.
And that, at that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct.
You've got it.
You've got it, mister.
Down to the T.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony.
What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it.
Well, feeling can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that and then your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. You conclude that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Ay, ay, ay. We did knock a few things over. There was a time in the past where repressing revealed something else. The bloke on the place was holding a gun, so he would have just fired instead of yelling. To come out the door, we stuck everything back. Couldn't even shoot the pawnbroker, we never even had the chance. we was thinking the shoe would come out the door, but they didn't know Mr. Windibank. Let me see this again. Press.
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice simultaneously. Yes, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose, being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice. Don't want to get shot. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Career in acting. Voice coming from. Other side door. Mr. Windibank. Of course it was. Both new. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. Evil Eye. Not the statement I guess I wanted to press, but make it sound like we're clumsy. Let me get back to the first statement.
Hold it!
That's the case, why didn't you testify in the first place? Well, you know, squeaky clean. We ain't Nash, we ain't. I think we all bad. Lying in more trouble. Rotten luck. Rotten apple. Eat her. Holding the gun, so you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Didn't give half a fright. Wasn't there like a little flap on the door?
Objection!
Nope, not that. Where? Scarborough Street back. Should come out the door and get us next. Oh, let's try something. This might not work, but...
Objection!
Nope. What happens if I press this statement? Besides behold. Don't want to get shot. Empty threat. Bullet for himself. Good, cooked as goose. More or less. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the store, now your life. Put the window out, door's locked, was opening. Locked from the inside. From the inside. No lights, no bells, count our teeth. Cut it out. Can have we want to. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had the chance. Would they have had the chance to shoot the pawnbroker is the question, I feel. Would they have had a chance? What's the end thing here say? Herbal tea, logical thinker, something important. Should've just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." Before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." We stuck everything back where we found Scarpert straight into him in the black.
Hold it!
Re-say all this stuff again. And Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah. Bit honesty. You're told. Shaking like a leaf. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had the chance.
Hold it!
Alright, had the gun. Never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. They never encountered him. Besides, a single round was fired. That's gotta be it. How can I feel like I have to prove that they actually did see Windibank. Hold on a second. No.
Hold it!
Favorite voice. Don't want to get shot. Give me that gun. Granny's life. Give me that gun. Strange, why can't I not figure this out? Wrong button. As I see the gun, if it was nighttime, could that be it? They're mostly saying it was nighttime, but they were also mostly saying that it's like a... Like they heard all this. Actually... Wait a minute.
Objection!
Nope. Your Honor, forget everything. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had the chance.
Objection!
Rap. Would they have had a chance to shoot? Look what owned the place was holding a gun. So he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection!
Nope. Didn't get half right. I was thinking the shear come out the door and get us next. If this goes on for much longer, there is a way of actually forcing this through, but... Bloke what owned the place first was holding the gun. Should've just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Get it? Before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Get me the gun."
Hold it!
Did... you don't want to get shot. Wait.
Objection!
Oh, shoot, no. Dang it. Grace found his Scarper. Don't let me didn't give me half I was thinking the shoe would come out the door and get us next. The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun. So he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, I don't want to get too cheaty on this, but I do want to move forward, so here's what I'll do. There's a thing in this game which I call reader mode, which can tell you, so what I'm going to do is at least allow this to just see. Wait, did that actually work? Okay, let's turn that off. Seems like the game wanted to go in this direction. Bloke was holding a gun. And did the game want to just present this?
Objection!
Nope. On the place holding the gun.
Objection!
I thought you're singing on the 9 question victim Mr. Wainwright with a gun. I thought I already did this.
Objection!
Where was the line again? Logo owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Objection!
Not that. Game, what are you trying to pull here?
Objection!
We'll go through all the evidence on this singular statement if we have to.
Objection!
Oh. So you're saying that on the 9 question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct?
I say, good. We got the picture.
Yes, Nash, yes. No question.
And yet, the photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
What? You were?
Go on, Bennett. That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that Multuller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun!
Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Huh?
If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would have given rise to an undeniable and insignificant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Well, it'd have to be the autopsy report. The autopsy report says that that Mr. Windibank was shot in the back. Going by this logic, he was shot in the front, which doesn't make sense in any way.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed. With the two events happening almost simultaneously, also we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
But in God's honest truth,
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night.
the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. Oh, yeah. Something like that must have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. Now, in the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkenbars must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, Order, order, order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
ever so sorry, Governor. The truth is, we
Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we black now, you know what it'll do to us.
Oh? Are you both being blackmailed or something? Who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you.
Ruff, come on, the game's up.
But you'll have a guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well,
Do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves very fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Otherwise, you're in trouble. Better get comfy.
Alright, so we just got inside the cabin and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he blew at us like he was like we'd had it.
And poor old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He took me over the counter.
I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room.
You never had to do nothing to do to killing him. That's all that happened, I swear.
So now you're saying he... What?
So now you're telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah, so sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But Oscar, this time...
This time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Encounter with the victim. Finally, progression, yeah. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank?
Who else? Sorry. I mean, that's right.
We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the golf, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of this back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped it up from. Only place could have been.
So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Kenny must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had been threatened by Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What? The mole tool? Couldn't tell you.
No way, Carver. We have bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Give me that gun. You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storm door.
Did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey. Blimey, lummy. A great ugly barrel he had. Point straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right?
It is, Gov. It is. Spot on.
Then all of a sudden, he came at us. He did.
It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I know that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
We knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionettes. One knocked over the picture frame, and knocked over them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Brother here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him.
He did that, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery.
There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the witness, by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Elect it back? Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank?
No, never. I was just, looked after me brother one night. He was being planned, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shot me away and then ran off through that door.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran out the storeroom.
He shoved me away, then ran off through the door and shut himself in. Wait. Why would he wait, so we're assuming that Gina was in the room as well. And with... Why on earth would he lock himself up with the person who would have had his gun? Or, I don't even know. Who has the gun at this point? It seems like it keeps swapping between Gina and... It feels like it's swapped between Gina and Windibank, but at this point I don't know who holds the gun now. What?
Well, according to what everyone else is saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storm door. In which case, how'd the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea. That is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and my brother here.
Right, Ash. That's right. Me and my brother here.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all.
Nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he?
Locked it was, from the inside.
We know it was, because we tried to open it.
But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank? Could there have been? Well, I mean, there has to be, obviously. But who? The thing is, they seemingly have been letting on that there's someone else involved in this. Which I get the feeling I know who it is, but I don't think I have enough evidence here to bring them into this yet. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What? What?
What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel? You must now provide answers to the court in respect to 2 conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe.
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. I might have an idea.
Are you alright, Bruno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. It would have to have been right here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. I want to know something. I want to see something here. Court record. Let me see the autopsy report again. Single bullet wound, no other visible signs of trauma. It sounds as though by this... It sounds as though, like, the bullet did not exit the person. I don't know. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to Skulkenbar's earlier testimony,
I pulled me gun on him and he legged him through that door into the back room.
if Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Ringo would have been a perfect fit for that.
Poor man, shot while he's running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Of course, yeah. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered the body on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
Actually, there's a very easy answer to that question. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
take a wild guess. It's the defendant. Wouldn't you want to protect your own life from a murders? Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Will counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Guinea would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, if I was Guinea in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh yeah, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders break into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it.
We ain't, Cuff, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one.
You shot Sholmes!
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue! I know for a fact that you would! Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes! There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder.
Where did it leave us?
You mean, say, wasn't a pickpocket?
Never shoot no one. Exactly. Double negative. Exactly.
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. First time ever. And probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing.
You find the situation amusing, my Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
I need a drink for this. I dare say... Such a chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, or whatever it is that trips on the ground.
A fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand.
What?
Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Yeah, that's where I was worried this was going.
By George, count bullets.
We know of 2 bullets shot. 1 bullet was shot by... Oh, yeah. Because then yeah. There was only 1 bullet fired from their gun, and we know it was from Sholmes. This means there has to be a 3rd gun. It's the only explanation I can think of. That, or someone else took the gun that Windibank had and somehow it ended up in Gina's hands afterwards.
He knows then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel,
Yes, sir.
tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two. 2 bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through the body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. A revolver bolt belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness, I think you're flying. If that single bullet fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nebony Street former presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Order! Order! Order!
What?
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery.
You're gonna summon a storm, Van Zeeks, is what you're gonna do. You're gonna end up hurting someone in the gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks.
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc! I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much.
No, don't give it him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken into as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilda's music box discs.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her.
Prepare to catch the wines like catching flowers. Yeah.
Good gracious.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl will not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character.
Lord Van Zeeks,
I'm surprised if all people you are doing this. Why did you say, hey, hold it?
Lord Hastings,
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector.
We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Ziets at all.
I'm unaware that such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
Mill disc used to play music on the mechanical music box. On the reverse side is the note that reads, for McGilded.
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character.
Let me take a look at this.
Oh, Bruno, look. This is blood.
Yeah, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, feels as though I might haven't noticed that before.
Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
Alright, whose blood is this? Blood color is... What? Green? Huh? It's green. That doesn't make sense. Then
A lovely bright shade again.
wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? What? This doesn't make sense, though. What? Hold on. Green's on this, but we know for a fact this was on the Edgar Benedict guy. We know for a fact that the person who cut their finger on this was this guy. But what doesn't make sense anymore is, why is his blood here as well? I thought this was Shome's blood because he's the one who got shot in the shoulder right here. But this is not Shome's blood. This is Edgar Benedict's. So that means he had to be there during the night. How the heck would... Does this mean that Edgar Benedict himself got shot that night? I mean, it'd be pretty easy to tell. Just look if he has, like, a shoulder bullet wound. Why do I get the feeling this series likes shoulder bullet wounds? I'm just realizing. There was the whole trilogy with Von Karma, and now this game has... Why does it feel like everyone's getting shot in the shoulder in this game? Or something? Or just getting shot? I don't know. I thought it was in the shoulder. It might not have been, but I feel like it was. I don't know. At this point, it just feels like everything's a shoulder shot wound. Still, though, interesting. The prosecution established... Yeah, I already said that. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all 5 minutes.
Oh dear. Wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord, wonder if I may say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up till now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... Yeah, it's just barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh, no.
Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Here we go.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
You know, I was going to end early, but I think I'm going to keep going. Stop slamming your head, Doctor.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Get up, squadron, primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Judicial findings. Let's see it.
What's a rogue? Always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 blows were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. There, here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
You're still in a different plane, okay.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns.
Does your mouse know guns?
It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, it was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jelly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair.
Iris?
The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something and she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't make her a murderer.
Who let this child into the courtroom? Allow me to savor the fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. You're right. Here is to the truth coming out eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Let's do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Save the game.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Well...
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon! Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world?
No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl on Ori's shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sorted through and through. Can't deny it.
When you say that she'd shown she'd had it in her, you're referring to this.
Exactly. She tried to swipe that thing only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken?
How do you know about that? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could ever find from across Europe. I don't know what to do with him.
We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Let me look at it again, just in case. What about the back of it?
For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
Wonder what his name is even doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. The blood's the main thing on there.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests are rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Right now it's impossible, but I want to... Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation.
Yes, I know.
Right.
And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well... I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet.
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
Well, in that case, I want to immediately talk to one person. You there, sir.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a whizzing tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. Who now?
I am much experienced with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent baths of, blood of,
Extremely violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
No, it's extreme violent blood blast. English is very difficult tongue.
considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But, if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets.
Van Zeek's managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're gonna fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Let me talk to another person then, specifically. You. Can you please stay on topic? Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir?
The defense's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question the man was shot, but the bullet simply vanished from his stomach.
Are you the man who's operating on Sholmes? Are you also implying that you're the one who left a scalpel in Sholmes' stomach?
It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was your brother's name again? Herlitz? No, Herlock? No, Herlock?
Herlock Sholmes by any chance?
Yes, good lord! It was that Herlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes.
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy. I have to move around in my squeaky chair.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he was shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find a bullet anywhere.
Really? There's no bullet in him. What? Why?
So I'm afraid I have to throw up my hand and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel's defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print.
The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wounded man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left a
Body at all? So that... Okay, so that's not... It has to be Egbert Benedict's. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly what I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. The mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Oh, wait, you need an expert? I think we've got one. You, sir. Talk with him.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
A ballistics expert.
Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the 9 question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Viren. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that's so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running a long mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds.
Mental note. Don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet hole.
Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
So what you're saying is that it ricocheted, something else ricocheted into Sholmes. At least that's what I'm getting from this.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Huh?
The shooting happened in the pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
Oh. A pouch. Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What entered Sholmes? What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Van Zieks. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Just thank goodness. That's why I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during the summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Let's see it. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkenberg's gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial that exploded that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one of the mysteries have been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Ain't you, young man?
Thank you very much.
Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the glass vials was smashed and there were scorch marks around it. I wonder.
Bingo!
His file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck.
As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion.
A big explosion?
Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. They're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous.
Oh.
I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk in the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. Left is the danger zone. It's really scorched badly just around here.
The strap's broken. Look.
Must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
There it is. Our third bullet. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
Skulkin Brothers bullet.
What a stroke of luck that this is his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. Here we go. Just what I needed.
It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord, just a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue here. And you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. There's 3 bullets being shot at this scene now.
Hold it!
Let's skip through this. Also, you need to have better diners because they're thieves. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Shom's pouch.
What?
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Shom's waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin Brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know where the whereabouts of the bullet fired by at Mr. Shom's. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin Brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Order! 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 While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant had been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand at once.
Wait, you can do this? What? I guess the summation examination's over. Hi there.
Witnesses,
Governor!
were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of? I don't make nothing of it. If I can...
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never! The Skulkin Brothers work alone.
It's the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Me, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments.
The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. There had to have been a third person. There's no doubt. On that night at the Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
I need a drink for this. This is getting too much for me. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. And yet, in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man if this apparently wraith-like being exists. Yeah. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, the fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 accounts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of the spurious character.
The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is... I think we can answer it, but I'm worried. I'm worried that they're not going to accept this evidence. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend? Despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you there that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
It'd have to be in the blood samples.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You'll claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Well, technically it's 2, but... Technically this one?
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
Bloodstain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you.
Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
By the great detective!
New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. Right, so by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. A striking blue. Yes. So you see, the green color of this bloodstain of the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shot.
Now hold the fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No. It's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
My God!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Whose is this alleged third intruder?
Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict, who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker,
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pickpocket has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you rascal, and needless to say, any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord, that's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fella. Taken from one of his red-hand recorder companies.
There's the pistol right there. Nothing apparent about this image, it seems. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. Skulkin,
Never seen a geezer before in my life.
Never seen him! Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Then show some evidence! I agree. We must see proof the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. It all comes back to one little disc.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's position, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ugh. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
You see, my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say.
It's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime the same night. There's someone else. There, look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a guarded detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substance to abide by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color.
Well...
What? And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that.
I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I just remember what Father Christmas over there said for... about how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Ah,
In other words... the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you just say, young girl?
she's not wrong, though.
In a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Well, maybe you could have worded unbelievable. Mr. Shum's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd thesis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court is now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Yes!
We have to continue the trial. Sorry, Zeeks.
2 call for guilty, and 4 call for not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender of real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I feel that will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5.
What have you to say, madam?
If possible. Inspector.
Eh? Me, Mom.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right. Yes, this one, you mean? Mr. Benedict?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5. You don't mean to say you know this man, right? Yes, I know him.
What? No! Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth...
I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is the London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson?
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about the events of the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir. My lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
I'm trying to think if I want to continue or not, but the thing is, I feel like I have to at this point, considering otherwise it'd just be too short later. Oh well. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold showers now.
Ginny! Are you right? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. The picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this. It's the photograph taken by Hurley's red hand recorder.
You were holding the gun, no doubt about it.
I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented his court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Bruno's clearly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yeah, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to Winterbeck's place. I had to know if Iris' store was there, was that or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking in log with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Winterbank's.
I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that all this was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a big wake, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing here?
Yeah. I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter. It was waving in the air like... I don't know what.
Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it here? Show him to leave a load of papers with you. A story.
I beg your pardon?
The Hound of something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyways? I just want to see if it's here. That's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old coat unlocked the storm door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright? The manuscript. Sholmes went lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yeah.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you.
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
I'm with that. He took the gun out of my hands and walked out back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like I said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when...
2 shots.
I heard a couple shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there it was, right at my feet, laying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storm door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you.
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, your cove might still be alive.
Do you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All I said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to pull the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That egg of Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
What? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto.
Yeah?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bark trot off with him, even though he was a killer.
No? I can never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that air of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made a promise to you. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was pretty sure that no one would believe me. Believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Inosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leaves us to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar.
You're not like McGill did. I know that.
That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris!
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Naruto,
And Gina Destroyer, legal representative. Get in here. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith into you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susawa-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Alright, Egbert Benedict, get in here and let's end this.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Mr. Gino Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for compelling arguments, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. We have guns. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you. Officer, show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. 4 total witnesses on the stand now.
Hi there. Hi.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Ashley Graydon?
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station.
Well, at least we have an actual name for him now.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed. That's the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Now I can dance. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties are present to claim that my blows... Even though these accusations are making me yawn because of how boring they are. Even if certain parties were here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouch detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury,
and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
by golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
So, let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer,
than necessary. Counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. So... why do I have a hat now? I trust you we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do this. Or maybe I am. I can sell this. Maybe I can give it to the pawnbroker. Wonder how much money this hat would fetch. And hey, if you want it back, you can just pay for it like everyone else does. Alright.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the... Oh, wait a minute. I want to see something real quick. What do these tickets say? Winnabanks. Oh yeah, they're not going to say names. Forgot about that. Whoops. Never mind. We even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness here is to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Well, if he's gonna be evasive, then I have to count on someone else saying something, aka either the detective or the brothers.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair?
No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
You're a young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce.
This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Really? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you when where were you? I can't speak, sorry, sir. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Okay.
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. You're also losing the connection. Why is the connection going bad?
Why is the connection going sour again? Come on, work. You know what? No, I won't do that. Or maybe no. Nah. Or... I can't decide. I can do this. While I gotta wait for that to fix up, I'm gonna check something real quick. Alright, let's see. Is this fixed up? No?
Why is going on? What is going on? Why is the internet connection dying?
It is going up and down and up and down and down. It's trying so badly to stabilize, but it's so... I don't know. Come on. It can work. I know the internet's not that bad. After all, I can still use it on every other device I have. Thank you. Alright, apologies for that. Let's get back into this. But you'd be out in a gross misapprehension of the point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, then the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Wiggly.
Hold it!
I can't rely on that. On the blood stuff. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Shum's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood was mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shum's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who's this Mr. Shum's character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well-renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective? A great detective, you say? Now in the realm of fairy tales. Huh? Hey. Excuse me.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not big bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Go behind me, Governor. You want...
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what?
Mr. Nash, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. I'll just go. Nothing. I was just thinking... If he weighs his arm around like that much more, it'll open a wound again. That's all.
Wound? What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him, and...
Oh, well, I suppose. Thanks for that. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. And accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this.
I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winbank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. That's a straight up lie. What are you talking about, sir? Okay, no!
Objection!
Wrong thing! I presented the wrong thing! I thought I was, I thought I was on the music disc for some reason. I forgot that there was other piece of evidence. Whoopsie daisy.
Objection!
This thing. Apologies for that little mishap. Have you ever seen this disc before, Ms. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on this disc.
Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in the hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish that acquired the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Can we see your thumb, sir? So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear that there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident.
Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGildy, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear correctly, sir? McGildy, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one in the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGildy and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
The disc. Let's see. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
You see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. Oh, I'm unable to get comfortable right now. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my post while on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat. Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pockets.
And yet, there's a note on it that reads, "For McGilded."
I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question?
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Hold on a minute. Ow. The redemption ticket was stolen from me wait.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in salubrious areas of her kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense!
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear?
Yes, my lord. I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. This man's not gonna slip up easily. See at once.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks Inc. before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy carousing in such establishments.
So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it at first. Of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once. In order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover that which was rightfully mine in the first place. How could he can say that he can say what he likes because we have no evidence to contradict this. taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yeah, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilder.
Is that
as
right?
evidence. Excuse me. Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGillard's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capitals for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. I have an idea of what I could do, potentially, maybe. I don't know.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh.
A valuer is brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was a common or garden bric a brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillard's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover this disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGillard's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
I am too. McGill slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. The wind is flying out through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGill as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into his custody that day.
But Gregsy being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Because there is another item in there.
Objection!
A box. This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGillard's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intentions of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the desk was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
You're wrong. Sorry, my learned friend. That's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What did that man deposit?
The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Oh, are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I can simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no reason for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point. So why would he steal it?
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Oh.
Objection!
What?
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little more cryptic, less cryptic, Lord Van Zeets?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-hand recorders again.
As briefly explained using this plan the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter when Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGillicud's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
Can we get those in a stairs? Oh, hey.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
Oh. Interesting. Hold on. Aha. This little box here. Someone's moved it.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, the Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So you men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir.
They did not do it clear enough.
We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present on both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Except, I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGill's pawn box. Stop dancing. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Oh, I can use a piece of evidence. I think I want to use evidence. Because there is a very, very, very big, weird part about this. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you with identify discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
The stereoscope. I like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3, what a surprise!
Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Where do you think? Where do you... Game, you don't need me to do this!
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, something becomes very obvious here. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box.
Let me... Wait. Unbelievable.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. Miguel's small box was indeed not stolen from the window banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that someone picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Might discuss guesswork. And what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McKiller's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? It does change things, I think. And I think I'm starting to understand why. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point of the fact is, what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back for further examination.
You just keep getting overruled here now, don't you, Zeeks? Not happy with me, are you? Now are you? Oh well.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nebonese specialty, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGill from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond as absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Sorry, I was looking at something.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society. His reputation implied. In fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
Of course this is what you're going to bring up. The articles in this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat would just happen to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man and tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, McGill was rich enough, but you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen can have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well,
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGill's true character. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGill's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no.
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Guinea...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything.
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGill had deposited in Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I feel like there's only really one choice here. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court waits the arrival of Mr. McGill's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain the last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain and stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me.
Good luck, Renault.
This is gonna be dangerous. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. Private playlist without warning, the reason given just gone, the only... I wonder. I have to check that myself. Has YouTube done that? Let me check my own. I can do that, like, in a second here. Oh, I have to put this back on. Oh crap. This is gonna get loud. As far as I can tell, mine are there, but maybe I'd have to take a closer look. Well, that sucks though if it deleted yours. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted from the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade... Didn't update the app, try access computer is gone. That's weird. I don't know why I would do that. Seemingly it seems like mine are fine, but again, I'd have to take a closer look. But just a quick glance seemed like everything was there for me. I don't know. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. What that?
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Kenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Aris, we're on your side.
One of the recordings, yeah.
Alright then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGill's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Strade, you will now give your testimony before the court in the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that brickmaker cove in the cabin was... That brickmaker cove, it was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I screamed from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off call cops. That's when McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then, there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGill's bells was run to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in it together.
Wrong, the law of you. It's not a lawyer there. Didn't know nothing about it.
But
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? One operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lights have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the truth significance of McGilda's pawn articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourselves into, this may well be worth hearing.
words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
I mean, Miss Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Well, I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble. Now I have the whole court hating me. Great.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember right, rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. Gilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's right. That's what he told me I'd say.
What the heck's going on over here? Hold on. I don't know if this is the right idea, but can I talk to you two? I noticed that he was just absent. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Hey, talk! Something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Graydon?
Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Bloody, you trying to give me a heart attack!
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about?
The discussion with this fella, wholly unknown, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony.
Yes, I'm sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about?
Mr. Strade, continue with your testimony.
Weird. Let me continue this, because I didn't even read the full thing, I don't think.
That's right. It's black under there, so you can't see nothing.
False testimony.
That's what he told me I'd say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I'd say... I think it was about money or something. It kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps the business dealings of some kind.
But anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over on the floor. It was blue and loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc that you saw was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the coat lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGildy picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove up with the knife in his belly and up on the seat.
What did he say to you after that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I had seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was just scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Wrong button.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
Those two.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the coat over the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGill got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back on the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of... Oh, a fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure, or the disc must have been worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed up some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trout called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to stop if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And then there's one thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The tickets? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay off the money to keep it in lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Dispositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of police, it makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Mr. Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that he let me go, so I left it before the coppers showed.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear, on the night of 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGildy took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet. And yet, 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGildy's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to reclaim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They're all gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I gone? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Think it ain't no crime.
Mr. Strade, it would appear Mr. McGildy was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord.
Oh. What? The bit rate's going insane all of a sudden. Alright, seems to stabilize to a degree. I think it's boom. I don't know. Oh, we're just gonna go with this for now. It seems to be, working enough. A mysterious little box deposited by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Again, I did the same mistake before. Thinking that it's going to keep ending, but I don't know when it's actually going to end. But now I'm almost certain I'm at the end of it. So I can't just end the trial here.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Winnebank's murder. Oh dear, dear. Internet. It's visible again, but for how long? The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume it is a device for a playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGill's disc deposited at Windebank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGill's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGill did?
I believe the answer will become clearer if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it! Why, my lord!
Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case.
What?
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
Why are you getting all antsy about this? This disc may very well have been motivated the culprit in the case of murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what's happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no! A piece of evidence of police property. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
For McGilded. Alright. What?
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Number 5. Oh, wait a minute. Is that what this is, really? Actually, that sounds right. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Consul?
Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It has to be. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands here chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nibonese friend,
Answer me this. Oh!
just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case?
The defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... it's not music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. That got him. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection! The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nibonese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be at the death of your ill-informed argument.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is.
Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be... is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. It feels like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nibonese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this musical box is... What? Let's get comfy.
Take that!
This?
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pet Purse Plunder. Hardly spoils of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter. Being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. And tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order, order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason, and what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGill perished, and the unimportant disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out into the country,
Would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retreat it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGill would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands.
Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer's been prattling away.
Objection!
See? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most litigious offense for which the law of this land sanctions up capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Hold it!
I'm starting to get the feeling my computer's telling me to stop streaming. Well, I was worried about this, but I might have a solution workaround, sort of, ish. Hold on, I'm gonna first wait for... Well... So, I think unfortunately I'm gonna have to end it today. Which, there might not be much left, but I have a workaround. If this... Because this game is thankfully packaged into this game is 2 games packaged into one, I can just end the first game and then start the second game tomorrow, so... That's probably, unfortunately, what I'm gonna have to do, simply because I don't exactly have a choice at the moment. Because my computer keeps going on and off about the connection, and I don't have a good way of stopping it. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to end it here, in that case. But, I at least have a backup plan in the form of being able to do both. The end of the first game and then start of the second. So I guess, till then, sorry about all the connection issues, but, oh well. Thank you for watching, and see you later. Hopefully with the better connection issues. I still understand why it's happening, because I can still use my computer for everything. Whatever. See you.